All right, Mike. Well, let's adjust our mic. Let's check it out. Definitely needs to be a little bit lower. And then, Mike, just for the gist of it, let's play your favorite video. And my mic just went a little lower than it should go. Okay, Mike, let's get a video on our big screen here.
The color in glass comes from adding various materials to the mixture of raw ingredients called batch. Most of the colorants are compounds containing some kind of metal. For example, adding cobalt to clear glass creates
Okay.
a deep blue.
You're good. My mic level's good as well. Thank you, Mike. And I'll send you that photo here shortly. if you have questions, please let me know. My name is David. More than happy to share my knowledge. But it's now time to actually blow the bubble. And this is the actual glass blowing part. Our teammate Sarah is blowing about 1 or 2 psi to expand that given bubble. Why are we blowing in through, and what does that do? It just expands our bubble, makes it a lot larger. So does Sarah determine how big it is or how narrow it is? It's actually the person who's sitting down, Gabe. We refer to Gabe as the gaffer. The gaffer is the person that's in charge of the demonstration. So it's very subtle, but he may say like blow lightly or blow hard. Yes, so oftentimes we remove the top to either remove the thick portion that's on the bottom or to make sure that our lines that our pattern that we applied, they all come down to an endpoint. So again, anytime we see wood, we can just assume it's made out of some form of fruit wood. We can use that fruit wood to produce a flat bottom and at the same time just shield our makers from the heat. So the protective gear, why don't we wear them? For this scale, it's not necessary. Oftentimes they can restrict our dexterity and movement. I like to say that their body is acclimated, so they're just used to used to this high temperature. Well, another teammate has gathered on a separate rod. Once again, all of our glass, our clear glass, is being brought out of the furnace on our right-hand side, where we have 1,000 pounds of it. By just placing the rod inside of the crucible, it's just has the same viscosity as honey, so it sticks. It's like it sticks to your fork and knife when you're eating pancakes in the morning. Same thing can be said about our glass. So this, you're right on the money. Right on the money. So what we created here is just a transfer rod, so we can begin to work on the opposite side. So the rod that we added is only temporary. So it's strong enough to withstand some of the pulling and the pulling that will occur, but it also needs to remain weak enough to just tap free with a little bit of water. And what makes glass making so difficult oftentimes is this transfer rod. It needs to be perfect. The first few times that you work with glass, it's pretty much always going to break just because you need practice and repetition creating a good punty. So the neck of our decanter has already been made. It's chilling on the left-hand side of our studio at 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit inside of that weird floating oven. Either way, we're going to bring it out here and we can place it to the top. Start to finish. Now we have a variety of torches to preheat certain areas we wish to work on next. So this torch that we're using now packs a punch at 4,500 degrees Fahrenheit. We're just using it to preheat the area that will connect to the neck. Welcome everyone. Thanks for joining us today. So what are the components of glass? So the basic ingredients to our glass is silica sand, soda ash, and lime. Those are the three raw ingredients to our glass. Now, our glass comes to us in chutes, which we see down on the left-hand side. Inside of each chute is just, it essentially just looks like sand, and it has all those ingredients. And there's, can you, can you change the composition to get different characteristics? Yes, you can. There's different forms of, or recipes of glass throughout. We're using a glass that's been specifically formulated for what we see in front of us, so offhand glass making. Essentially, our glass stays at a malleable state for a longer period of time. We could use Coca-Cola or Snapple glass, but that glass is made on the opposite spectrum. So it's made to lose its heat in a mass-produced setting. We're also so colored glass is made just by adding different metals from the periodic table. So different metals produce different colors. Green glass is chromium, blue glass is cobalt, purple glass is a little bit of manganese. A lot of manganese produces black glass. So what we have on the pedestals is what can potentially be our signature goblet for our Red Hot Gala. This is our biggest annual fundraiser held September 26th this year, and we are gearing up for it. For our Red Hot Gala, we will have available our signature goblets and decanters. For today's demonstration, we are prototyping our decanters. So far, we've chosen a few different designs that we like. We just need to choose a design for a decanter that will really complement our goblets. Well, I just asked our teammate, is this the same color that's found on the lip of our decanter? Well, he's informed me that this color is a gold reducing color. What reducing means is we learned earlier that colors are just made by adding metals from the periodic table. When you put the glass in a low oxygen deprived zone, the metals that were used to create the color rise to the surface in search of oxygen, and it relieves this metallic effect on the surface. So that's one of the next steps that will occur next. We're just going to cut off the oxygen flow inside of our reheating chamber. And this is one of my personal favorite techniques to do in glass. So our decanter is just about complete. I mentioned earlier we're minimizing the amount of oxygen inside of our chamber. This next time around that those shells or those portions that were added will look a lot more metallic. After this heat, we need to put our decanter in its cooling oven. If left out in the open, it's going to get too cold too quickly. It'll just break and crack. So to prevent it from breaking, we will place it inside of one of our cooling ovens. Our cooling ovens are the ones that are laying around. They operate by placing the glass at 890 degrees Fahrenheit, and then overnight it slowly descends back to room temperature. So our decanter will rest inside of this cooling oven overnight. Tomorrow morning, we can bring them out, place them on our pedestals. Eventually, when we have all our designs in glass, we can ask our staff which one they feel should be this year's winner. So the team has quite a few different ideas they wish to realize in glass. These are some of the examples that we are working with, and I can bring them around here shortly. We're going to start off with first making the clear section on the top. So I mentioned we're going to start off with the top. So let's just break that process down. Well, let's follow Ben as he blocks our next coming bubble. Once again, our project begins inside of the furnace where we have 1,000 pounds of glass at the same temperature as lava, so 2,100 degrees Fahrenheit. The key difference between this oven and the oven next door that we are using now is this one contains no glass. It's just heat. Well, the team wishes to experiment with the shells that they are adding on the sides of the pieces. So instead of making the top and making a full-on one, we're just going to focus on this area. Thank you so much for joining us. Do we recycle the glass when it's done? We sure do. Well, there's a few different buckets that we're using here. There's a lot of clear glass that ends on the ground. Yes, we could reuse it. The main glass that we like to recycle goes into our kegs, our buckets on the side. All this glass, if it's not reused in-house, we will send it off to our secondary studio that travels to middle schools, high schools, educating about glass. They run on 100% recycled glass. Here at the museum, we have about a 20% recycled mixture. Any more in our glass makers will feel the difference. They will notice that that glass isn't retaining its heat as long. Every time you remelt glass, you're burning out stabilizers and fluxes, so you get a poor quality melt. For us, it's very important that we have good quality. For our education purposes, we're not selling glass, we're just teaching, so it's completely fine. Yes. How do you train to be a glass maker? Well, here in the United States, according to the Glass Art Society, there's about 46 colleges that are offering a bachelor's degree. There's about 19 to 20 colleges offering a master's degree in the United States. This is one route that you can go, but you can also go to work among the few factories across the states. There's not many, but there's a few. Here in Tacoma and really our Pacific Northwest area per capita, there's more of us here than there is anywhere else on the globe. So we are the mecca of glass blowing. This is the area that you move out to if you want to continue your career in glass. All right, so it looks like the team is going to start up a next decanter, and it looks like they're going to complete this one. The reason I can tell is because we're starting off using a smaller rod. We first just create a tube. The tube will become a neck later on. Well, we're going to be applying a little bit of color glass to this next section. Now, there's a few ways that we can apply the actual color. It originally begins as a color bar. Now, we can make color here at the museum, but that means we would potentially be stuck with that single color for about a month. So instead of going that route, we buy our color, and then we can individually color everything. And the color bar was originally used in Europe for like glass buttons when they were very popular in the 1800s. And so glass makers got their hands on them. We can also just break the bar up. I use a sledgehammer, but the manufacturer uses a ball mill to crush it up to grains. And we can also just roll up in the grains, to pick up a layer of our color. This will achieve more of a spotted or blotchy color effect. And I have a ornament to showcase that blotchy color effect. Yep, and this is a few different colors mixed together, but this is just one roll in that colored glass. Off to the garage, one of the newest pieces of technology that really allows us to create something over an extended period of time. It's at 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. So it looks like this time around, instead of just working on a clear decanter, we're going to color it. So if you're wondering how the pieces throughout the gallery are colored, I'm gonna showcase that here next. We start off with one of our makers picking up the solid bar of color. This is how we will determine just the density of the piece. So we can either just take the whole bar, or we can just take a few inches of the bar. Either way, it's up to our teammate to make the solid color bar more malleable using the reheating chamber at 2,300 degrees. Well, as we're getting the bar malleable, at the same time, another teammate has gathered glass on another rod, this time using a blowpipe. Our goal is to take our color and place it on top of the bubble that's been produced. Our goal is just to produce a thin layer of color, but it will look solid at the end result. But it's just an optical illusion that glass plays on us. Well, I mentioned this earlier, but every member has a specific role in the demonstration. Our gaffer, that's the person in charge. That person takes a seat at the center. Just because Gabe is the gaffer today, if you join us later on, you will definitely see one of the other teammates as the gaffer. They love to switch around. All right, so our gaffer today has called for the transfer rod. It's a temporary handle that we can apply to the bottom. At the same time that we're doing our transfer, on your right-hand side, and every time that gets me. So the glass breaks because of the vibrations. When we tap the rod, it will break free at its weakest point. Hopefully that weakest point being that constriction that was created earlier. Now that we've transferred it onto a new rod, we recenter everything. We're trying to minimize any wobble as it rotates. I always say that this is the step that really separates amateurs from professional glass makers, because it needs to be done within a few seconds. I introduced this oven earlier, but it's one of the newest pieces of technology in glass making. It really just allows us to make something complicated or maybe even take a break during the middle of it. Either way, we have the neck of our decanter. Before bringing it out, we are going to elevate it so it can absorb as much energy as possible. Well, welcome everyone. Thanks for joining us this wonderful Friday. We're hanging out with our Museum of Glass staff. This is part of our full-time residents. We're going to be working on our decanters, and we have a few examples on of our decanters that our makers are using. But here shortly, I can walk around with some of these examples to showcase them. In the meantime, we're just going to be working on one section of our decanter, which is the neck of it. We are going to be applying a little bit of color to match our goblets. Our color is being applied on the right-hand side. So we begin with the neck portion. Once the neck has been completed, it's going to be placed inside of our garage. The garage is at 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit, and it's a place that we can just drop the glass off and not worry about it breaking or becoming manipulated inside. Now let's focus our attention on the body. Now, I walked around with the clear version, but today the team wishes to apply a little bit of color. So let's introduce color, beginning with our color bar. Now, the color is made by adding different metal oxides of the periodic table of elements. So different metals will produce a different color. Maybe to produce green glass, we add chromium or iron. Blue glass is cobalt. Red and pink glass is made by adding gold, which makes it some of the most expensive in our industry. Now, sure, we can make any single color, but that means we would be stuck with that single color for about a month. So instead of going that route, we melt clear glass, and we can use all of the colors available from the manufacturer. One of our teammates on the right has taken the color bar and made it more malleable. As this is occurring, a second teammate has gathered glass on a blowpipe, beginning by shaping it and then pressurizing the blowpipe. So there's two ways we can introduce an air bubble. We can either just stand here and blow as hard as we can until eventually our lungs build up the pressure necessary to pierce the glass, or we can do the advanced method, just blowing a lot of air, placing our finger over the hole. Since we've created a closed atmosphere, that air needs to continue to expand because of the heat and the pressure inside the blowpipe. And that's how that bubble emerges. The next step is to just take the solid color and place it on top of the bubble. After that, we spread it to produce a thin color layer. Now, our ovens range in temperature, but the one we are using is approximately 2,300 degrees, powered by natural gas and forced air. So the next step is to place the glass inside of an optic mold. That optic mold just produces ridges on the glass. And let's see what Gabe wants to do with those ridges. He can easily twist those ridges or he can keep them straight. It's a lot more difficult to keep them straight, however, just because when you're turning the rod, you're naturally creating centrifugal force. And if you're not turning even enough, those lines will begin to buckle. Ooh. So when we place it on the inside, it looks like it increased the size. So the chamber we have in the center is just used to reheat the glass. It's at 2,300 degrees Fahrenheit. Essentially, it's just a barrel on its side lined with a very porous brick. When we enter, it also, the glass will oftentimes just look a lot more brighter red and orange. It's not an indicator of the color. The color is actually what we have down here. But it's just going to look red and orange because of the intense energy that we're working with. So to us, glassmakers, turning the rod is second nature, but I still remember first learning to work with glass. You're constantly reminded to turn evenly both ways. So usually when we create constrictions, it's a break off point. In this case, we've created a constriction at the top. That's just because there's a lot of clear glass on the end that we can remove. We also need to think about another constriction that will separate what's usable from the steel rod itself, and I believe that's one of the next steps that will be occurring. It looks like our tech is in the process of filling our furnace. So we go through a lot of glass here at the museum, annually about 15 tons of it. Our glass is a high-end glass. It comes to us from North Carolina, and it comes to us in these chutes. Inside of each chute is a mixture of silica sand, soda ash, and lime. I know the basic ingredients, but I know they have a specific formulation that they're using, and they're selling across the globe. We've tried so many different types of glass, but we find that this American spruce pine glass is just excellent quality. I think this is one of my personal favorite techniques ever in glass. So, Gabe, I love that you use this one. So, the technique that Gabe did was he put the color on the outside of the glass. So, when we put the color in an oxygen deprived area, the molecules rise to the surface in search of oxygen. When that happens, those metals are exposed to the surface and they leave this metallic effect. Well, the last step that we take is to eliminate the stress that causes it to break and crack. If left out in the open, it's just going to break. So we are going to place it inside of our cooling oven. Our cooling ovens are scattered throughout the museum. We will place it in an oven at 890 degrees Fahrenheit, where it will cool down for the next several hours. Tomorrow morning during breakfast, we can open our annealer and view all of our completed prototype decanters as we gear up for this year's Red Hot Gala, the biggest annual fundraiser. Welcome. Thanks for joining us. We're going to start our next one here just in a few minutes. So on today's decanters, we will often find a lot of texture. The texture is being created by using an optic mold. Now let's quickly introduce our optic molds with our introductory video to further explain the technique that we will be exploring.
Optic molds are used by glassblowers to create textures and patterns in blown glass. Nowadays, most optic molds are made from aluminum, but in the good old days, they were often made from cast bronze. They come in different shapes and sizes, depending on their desired effect. To begin, a bubble is formed and is shaped into the rough contour of the inside of the optic mold. The bubble is then heated, inserted into the mold, and blown with force. The resulting bubble can then be shaped into whatever form the artist desires. Today we're going to make an optic twist cup. So the bubble is held at the end while the pipe is rolled on the bench. This creates a spiraling pattern in the glass. The cup is blown to form, puntied up on the bottom, trimmed, and then opened up.
All right, everyone, we're moving on to a special project. This is unrelated to what we've been working on this morning. The team has informed me they will be creating a glass slipper. So oftentimes, glass blowing can be very misleading. We're not always blowing air through a blowpipe. A better term would be glass making, but it just happens to be that that term blowing stuck with our medium. In this case, there is not even a blowpipe involved. All right, Gabe. Let's start it. I'm not in. So he's beginning with the strap that will go in the front. I'm not entirely sure how everything will play out, but let me just introduce you what we're using to achieve our design. In the center, our heat is approximately 2,300 degrees Fahrenheit. There's no glass, only fire and heat. Next door to our reheating station, we have a furnace where the actual glass is being brought out. And we have 1,000 pounds of glass behind this door. And there's a plaster mold on our steel table that we're trying to kind of replicate. Now, the chamber in the center, I had mentioned it's at 2,300 degrees, but it has an uneven heat. So oftentimes we prefer to isolate our heat using our different torches. The propane torch is more of a general heat. The small torch is a specific heat. And that torch packs a punch at nearly 4,500 degrees Fahrenheit. Oh, yes. Oh, I love questions. That's my favorite part about my job. At any time, let me know. Ooh. How hot is the glass as they're snipping it off of the material or off that strap? So, glass doesn't have a melting point, it has a softening point. It begins to get soft. It's relative to the thickness, by the way, as well. But usually 800 and 900 degrees, the glass begins to do something. Now, there's a lot of glass that ends up on our studio floor. If it's clear glass, we'll try to reuse and recycle it later on. Uh, Besides having our main studio, we also have an educational one that packs up on a semi and it travels to different educational places to teach about glassmaking. Do you need me to bring over the slipper game? You want a price check? Ooh, so why after we isolate the heat, why do we then go back into the big chamber? Well, it's what we're mainly doing is we're maintaining the temperature. We go in by taking a deep heat. What we're really just trying to do is ensure that the back portion, that the rod itself, since the rod is stealing so much heat, it can begin to break and crack from that area. So oftentimes it's just a maintenance heat, keep our glass happy, prevents it from cracking. The strap is now complete. I believe we will actually add a detail later on, but in the meantime, it can stay inside of our garage, which is just a temporary oven at 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. This is one of the newer pieces of technology in glassmaking, and it allows us to make something really complicated or something over a long period of time. Well, let's introduce our furnace since we're now beginning to gather the necessary mass to produce the slipper. Our glass is being brought out of our furnace, and we have 1,000 pounds of this material inside of a crucible. If I open the door, it just looks bright red and orange, so we can get a diagram that will really simplify everything behind this door. In our diagram, we will notice that it's just a giant pot of glass that's heated up all year around. And it's due to the viscosity. Just by dipping the rod in the inside and then turning it, we can collect a layer of it. Now that we've collected our first layer, we're never in a rush to collect the next one. Just by hanging out in the open, stabilizing the core, we can A, gather more glass, and B, maintain control of the hot layer. What is she doing there? Well, oftentimes it's the gathering phase that builds up heat on the rod, so we can just use cold water. It's like a trough and cools it down. The rods are made out of a stainless steel alloy, which is just a poor conductor of heat. What I find very interesting is that SpaceX, for their Starship, what's going to take us to Mars, is completely coated in the same similar stainless steel panels that we're using. Theirs is just a higher end than ours. If you're wondering what this pad is, it's either just the Wall Street Journal or the New York Times. Since we're a very high-level professional glassblowing, we like to have the bougie material as well. Does everyone have a different function since we're working as a team? There is a hierarchy throughout the demonstration. The person who sits in the center is the gaffer. The gaffer is the person that is in charge, the conductor of the demonstration. But just because Gabe is our gaffer today, if you join us later on, you may see Sarah as the gaffer or Nick. They love to switch around. Earlier, we introduced Sarah. She started our project. Sarah will also be doing a lot of the heating of the glass, so we refer to Sarah as the pole turner. Why is he heating up the table? Well, our next teammate is preheating a kiln shelf. We're just preventing us from cracking this shelf furthermore. We prefer to use a kiln shelf than the steel table, just because the steel table is going to steal so much heat away. Well, if you're joining us, we welcome you to the Museum of Glass. Hope you're having a wonderful Friday. I know we sure are here as we're tackling on a unique project of realizing a glass slipper. the things that he's using to squish it. So we're just using cork pads. Oftentimes, we're just most worried about the carbon that settles on the glass. Oftentimes, it's that carbon that if placed back inside the reheating chamber, it can bake, and it leaves like this weird smudge. It looks like it's dirty, but you just can't remove it. So before we enter a reheating chamber, we like to sweep it away using a whisk broom. Well, we've added a new rod so we can get rid of our previous working rod. This allows us just to switch the orientation. If you're wondering about the temperatures, they do vary from oven to oven, but most of them are over 2,000 degrees Fahrenheit. No, this is it. I was just about to say welcome. Mhm. Welcome, everyone. How's it going today? It's going good? All right. Well, my name is David. I'm your glass educator today. If you have questions, please let me know. I love questions anytime. More than happy to share my knowledge and experience of working with glass. I've been working with glass for nearly 10 years, but what I pretty much learned, it's like opening Pandora's box. The more you know you don't know. What are we making? We are working on a special project, creating a glass slipper. I have no idea the motions that we're going to go through, so just sit back, relax, and enjoy. Nick, have you made a glass slipper before? You've never made one? Gabe, have you made one before? He's made one before. Long, long time ago. So it's going to be a fresh new project for us. So Sarah's gathered glass on another rod. That will become the heel of our slipper. So this torch burns at 4,500 degrees Fahrenheit. It's even hot enough to boil away the clear glass we have. So we're always careful never to overexpose the material. But it's a really good source of heat that we can use to isolate the heat and get one specific area hot rather than just getting everything hot while using the reheating chamber in the center. gonna hang out on this side right here with you, okay? I might even sit down with you. What's up? So how many burns do you go through? All right. So I'd say I burn myself more in my kitchen than I do here in the studio. I'm not an amazing cook though, but it only takes one burn for you never to do that mistake again. So usually I like to say maybe a few, and then after that, never again. So this is a very high level professional glass blowing. So burns are very rare here, pretty much. We often get asked, why don't we wear gloves or something to protect our hands? Oftentimes, those gloves will just restrict our dexterity and movement, so we just prefer not to wear them at all. Maybe at one point, if the piece gets hot enough or large enough, we will wear some gloves. But at this scale, we're completely fine. And there's so many shaping tools available to the makers. We can even just dig a hole in our concrete and use that as a shaping tool if we'd like. In this case, we're using a soft material. We're using some cork pads. Although we're just focusing our attention on the heel, we still need to pay some attention to the general piece itself, especially where the steel rod itself. The steel rod is a poor conductor of heat, but it still steals a lot of heat from the glass. If our slipper is going to break or crack, it will first show signs where that steel rod is. All right, so the next element is the strap that was made earlier. It's been hanging out inside of our garage at 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. Before we bring anything out of here, we always like to elevate it, ensuring that it's absorbing as much energy as possible before it meets the 2,300 degrees chamber in the center of the studio. All right, so now that we have the features, it's time to go back and make it look more realistic. Well, that strap is just a strap. Need to make it wider, need to make it flatter. There's a bunch of smaller details that the team will now take care of. Well, let's remove our residue that's left behind throughout the process. Oh, that is so sick. So instead of just pulling that residue away, Gabe just used a nice mold that has a raspberry shape in that general area. Well, our glass slipper, our special project, is just about complete. We practiced the motions that we need to get through, but we will revisit this project later on. We're just going to let it settle for a little bit, and then we can jump back on it. In the meantime, we want to keep this one definitely, so we'll place it inside of our annealer, our oven sitting at 890 degrees. That will eliminate the stress in the glass that usually causes it to break and crack if left out in the open. Well, let's give our Hot Shop staff a round of applause. If you're wondering how long our slipper will cool down in this oven, about overnight. So tomorrow morning during breakfast time, we can bring them out and see how the work was, what we need to adjust, what we need to do better for the next one to come out even better. With that said, we ask for a few minutes as we transition over to our next project, but we have a little bit of time before we break off to our lunchtime. If you're interested in seeing the traditional glass working, you may want to hold on to your seat as we tackle this next one on. As we begin our next one, let's quickly introduce our optic mold, since it's something we will be using throughout the day. So on the big screen, let's introduce optic molds.
Optic molds are used by glassblowers to create textures and patterns in blown glass. Nowadays, most optic molds are made from aluminum, but in the good old days, they were often made from cast bronze. They come in different shapes and sizes, depending on their desired effect. To begin, a bubble is formed and is shaped into the rough contour of the inside of the optic mold. The bubble is then heated, inserted into the mold, and blown with force. The resulting bubble can then be shaped into whatever form the artist desires. Today we're going to make an optic twist cup. So the bubble is held at the end while the pipe is rolled on the bench. This creates a spiraling pattern in the glass. The cup is blown to form, puntied up on the bottom, trimmed, and then opened up.
If you're wondering how a demonstration begins at the museum, this is usually how it starts off. The chalk drawing of what the basic shape we want to make. What color are you looking for, Gabe? Just transparent color, okay. So there's so many ways that you can support the Museum of Glass. The most rewarding is purchasing glass from our store. If it's made at the museum, if it says made at MOG, it was made by one of our staff members here. So the artwork that's produced here next will eventually make its way to the museum store in support of the museum. A line and okay. Oh, I've never seen this one. Oh, so this is so amazing. I'm gonna learn something new today. So Gabe, he wants to make this general shape, but he also wants to have a detail on the inside. He wants there to be a fold on the middle of our object. That's going to be quite difficult, but we'll explain how that process is done as we continue. But let's start off with just a gather of glass. It's hard to believe this, but no matter what it is, everything throughout the studio, throughout the store, at one point or another, look pretty much identical to what Sarah has. Just a blob of glass on the end of the rod. Now this next piece will be blown, so the way we're going to go from solid glass to blown is by pressurizing the blowpipe. There's two ways that we can introduce an air bubble. We can stand here and blow a lot of air to eventually our lungs build up the air pressure to pierce the glass, or we can do it the advanced method, which we just saw. Sarah blows a lot of air, places her finger over the hole. We create a closed atmosphere. Because of the heat and the pressure inside of the blowpipe, the air needs to continue to expand. It's not going to pierce Sarah's finger, it's going to pierce the glass. If you're wondering how glass is colored, we're going to be explaining that project or that process next. Colored glass is just made by adding different metal oxides from the periodic table of elements. The bar dates back to Europe, where it was used to create glass buttons. Nowadays, glass makers use color bar to individually color their pieces. We can make color here at the museum, but that means we will be stuck with that single color for about a month. So instead of going that route, we melt clear glass, and we can buy all of the colors from the manufacturer, about 450 colors to choose from, and that's a rough estimate. One of our teammates got that solid color quite hot. He's going to place it on top of the bubble. It is then up to Sarah to just spread the color evenly to produce a color layer. Our gaffer had mentioned that he believes this color may be a steel blue, but we will have to just wait and see. Throughout the demonstration, it will just look red and orange. That is not an indicator of the color. It's just the intense heat we are working with. The chambers are approximately 2,300 degrees Fahrenheit, and we have something special to show everyone. If we can focus our cameras in the center bench as we finish our color overlay on the right-hand side. So let's get our camera focused down here in the center bench. Thank you. You guys are going to love this. So we have a little bit of color left over. We could just toss it away, or we can maybe make something small figurine. Let's see what animal Nick wishes to produce here. If you want to show your friends or your family something awesome you saw here, it's a good time to hit record. And then this is also a good color test, so we can figure out what color we really are working with once our pony cools down. So we have about 2 minutes before the glass begins to lose all its heat and it becomes rock hard. Now it's just practice of repetition. So I'm sure Nick has done this hundreds, if not thousands of times. Now, just like the rest of everything that's made here, that pony has the potential of breaking because of the ambient air difference. So if we want to keep our small figurine, we need to place it in an oven where it can cool down, the stress can be eliminated. Now, we can place it inside of our garage, or we can place it inside of our annealer. In this case, we're placing all of our artwork in here, so let's just save the space for the rest of the artwork. What's the difference between glass and crystal? Crystal is just a different recipe of glass. Fun fact, crystal glass was originally developed in Murano, Italy, and they were used to create fake gems like emeralds and diamonds. But crystal just refers to that they're adding lead to the glass. The lead will cause the glass to reflect and refract the incoming light better. So it just looks more pure. And the crystal refers to crystal, like actual crystal, rock crystal. And it was meant to be like, oh, we've achieved a perfectly crystal clear glass, which has always been a very difficult process. Optically clear glass has been incredibly difficult. One of the main recipes was developed by the U.S. Air Force to develop bomb sites, original bomb sites. They needed something optically clear to know exactly where the bombs were being dropped, and that was thanks to the U.S. military and the Air Force for developing that clear glass. Well, our next shaping tool is wet padded newspaper, but it also has a woven graphite pad on the surface. And we prefer to use that woven graphite when we're just trying to ensure the cleanness of the bubble, making sure that there's no residue that can be left behind. And usually if the artwork is going into our gallery, we prefer to use that Kevlar. Keeps everything cleaner for us. So every single color has a number that's been given by the manufacturer. Oftentimes when the team is communicating about what color they wish to use, they just say the number. I have no idea what that number ever means, so I have to constantly go down to our color wheel and find the number of the color. When they're working with it, they already know the color that they're using, so they just have to believe that that color is correct and just continue the motions. It is possible, or oftentimes the color is so dense that it just looks black to us for the majority of the demonstration. Sometimes it is possible. Sometimes it has occurred where we thought it was a different color and it doesn't end up being that color. So usually a glass maker will describe what they're making by the collections of glass, so the gathers that they take. So far we can describe our blob as a 3-gather mass. But after every gather, we always use a wooden block. We're accommodating its size, ensuring that we're distributing both the heat and the mass around the bubble. As long as our bubble looks condensed when it's small, it should also be symmetrical when it's expanded. So do our ovens stay on 24/7? They do not. The chamber in the center is turned off at 5 o'clock. It takes about an hour to heat up. The ones that do remain on all year round is the one with the doors. These 2,100 degrees Fahrenheit, they last for maybe like a decade or so. And then we turn them off, replace the ceramic pot that's inside, turn it back on for another 10 years, and we're solid. Yeah, so it stays on it stays on so the glass doesn't harden. If we turn it off right now, it takes a week to cool down, another week to climb back up to its molten state. So instead of wasting all that time, we just leave them on all year round. The one on the left is our newest piece of technology. It has some of all the new stuff in the glass industry, which is rapidly changing. And the let's follow our staff on this next one. We blew a little bit of air. Our bubble is still a little thick, so we still can potentially expand it if we'd like. But I know our team wishes to add an interior fold. So the way that they're going to achieve this design is they're isolating their heat only to the bottom bubble. So usually we use this table to cool down that specific area. So that means that the bottom of our piece will remain a little bit thicker than the rest of the bubble. If you're wondering how much air we are blowing, it's about the same air pressure that you use to blow out a candle, about 1 or 2 psi. So the place that we added the constriction, that is where our fold will be located at. So in our design, we're just trying to create an interior fold on this vessel. So how do we color the glass? Right here. So we use color bar. So color bar can be made by just adding different colors from the periodic table or different metals from the periodic table. What's your favorite color? Red? Ooh, you have expensive taste. So red glass is some of the most expensive because they add actual gold, the gold oxide. So like a gold ring, toss that in a clear furnace, mix it around a little bit, and you have yourself some beautiful red glass. Sweet. And here at the museum, we're not making our color. We just buy it from a manufacturer. They take care of all the coloring for us. Can we make black glass? We sure can. I don't like working with black glass. It's super soft. It absorbs so much energy very quickly. But black glass is made by adding a ton of manganese. I say a ton because a little bit of manganese produces purple glass. When it slows down in here, I'm going to sit up there. It's kind of my go-to area at all times. All right, so we applied our interior fold, so our design is complete. Now let's go back and get the actual shape that we are going for. So this rounded vessel, Nick is blowing about 1 or 2 psi, so it's not a lot of air. It's more about the heat of the glass than how hard you are blowing. I like to say as long as you're alive and breathing, you can blow glass. So whenever we blow air, it just takes the path of least resistance. So wherever the bubble is hotter, therefore we're using that newspaper pad to maybe freeze up certain areas we wish to remain slightly thicker. Well, the next step is to produce a nice flat bottom. Up to this point, our focus of attention has only been the pattern, the color, and the bottom section of the vessel. The top section we will focus on when we add a new handle, when we add a new rod. And anytime you see wood, just assume it's made out of some form of fruit wood. It'll last longer in our studio. Plus, when we do burn it, it smells like a barbecue, so hey, you can't hate on that. So oftentimes I will refer to Gabe, the gentleman in the center wearing a black hat. The gaffer is our technical glassmaking term for the person that's in charge. Just because we see Gabe as a gaffer today, the other team also likes being the gaffer, so depending on the day and the project, will dictate who is the person in charge. A little bit of water on our previous weak spot, and with the tap, the glass releases at its weakest point. So hand-blown glass always goes through some form of thinning procedure. So what we just did was pull the thick glass and then just remove it off of the vessel. Oh, so can we explain how we got the swirls on the inside of the bottom of the piece? So that swirl is just an interior fold on the glass. I'm trying to think of the best way that I can explain this. Essentially, what's done is we create a crevice on the glass, and then we just touch the bubble back on itself. And that is an interior fold. Exactly. And we can also produce this effect on the exterior as well. Is it harder doing the inside? This technique I rarely ever do. I've only tried it a handful of times. I think the exterior one is a lot more difficult, but we can ask our team. What I've learned in glass is pretty much anything we try to do is always difficult, and the team makes it look so easy. Gabe has been working with glass for over 23 years. When I then have some studio time and I try to do the same techniques, it doesn't look that clean and never turns out that good. So what is she doing now? So we're using a soffietto, so it's a metal straw, and we prefer to introduce air rather than just ripping it open. Sure, we could just rip open our vessel, but there's a lot of stretch marks that occur. So instead of us manually doing it, we can use a little bit of air to do it for us. Is it connected to the bigger bubble? Yes, it is. But really what we're just focused on is the transition from the sphere to the neck. Well, we use that paddle to ensure that the top is parallel to the bottom. But now that our vessel is complete, it'll make its way to our cooling oven sitting at 890 degrees Fahrenheit. It will cool down overnight. Tomorrow morning, we can bring out our completed vessel. This vessel eventually, once quality control is complete, we will send them off to the museum store in support of the hot shop and the rest of our programs offered by the museum. All right, so here we go. A little bit of water on the end of the punty creates a weak spot, and with the tap, it will break free at the weakest point. Since this piece is going to be held in-house, quickly remove the sharp edge and off its way to the annealer. And what a fantastic job done by our hot shop staff. Let's give our team a round of applause. Well, everyone, this does conclude our morning half of our demonstration. If you have any questions about what we saw here, I will stick around for the next few minutes and answer some questions. If not, we will be returning in approximately 1 hour to continue our vessels. Until then, we'll see you after lunch.
I'm Corey Metcalf, one half of Noisefold. I live in Montrose, Colorado.
And I'm David Stout, the other half of Noisefold, and I live in Denton, Texas, which is on the north side of Dallas.
We think of noise not so much as a sound you don't really want to hear. We think of noise more as kind of a prima materia, the field of all possibility. And so we're interested in this idea of filtering or folding that information and finding form within that.
And when we use this technique in our performances, one of the things we do is that we simultaneously generate an image and take the data that comprises that image and turn it back into sound.
So this project for the Museum of Glass, we're creating obviously stable, solid forms, but it comes out of our practice of actually animating in pretty wild and very organic ways, basically mathematical surfaces, structures that are created through basically visualizing mathematical differential equations. And so we've created a system that allows us to take these surfaces and do many different things to sculpt them in real time and to animate the way that they behave and move. So we set up a virtual reality interface that allows the gaffers to get right in there and actually use a controller to rotate the forms around, change the scale, even get inside the thing if they want to.
And we found in our initial experiments that it really helped the gaffers because they quite literally could get inside and around and look at a difficult surface or component that isn't really that easily seen on a screen.
We always ask for as many drawings as we can have, and with this we can look at it and from any perspective. Oh, you need a punny? Okay, hold on, let me get out of here.
When we started out as Noisefold, we took a lot of equations that were put together on an open source database by Paul Bork, who's an Australian astrophysicist. And very quickly we were using techniques to blend that data, blend that geometry. And so what you end up with is these highly complex, novel forms.
We can generate much crazier forms. We're not doing that.
And we could iterate on forms that are much more traditional glass forms and make really interesting vases and things that would be more common to the glass vocabulary.
But we're trying to go for that sweet spot where it's something that we think speculatively could be made in glass, but is just a little bit harder than might be the typical form.
Or considerably more difficult, but still within the realm of possibility.
Within the realm of possibility.
While these do stand alone from the new media works that we make in terms of the projected or immersive installation environments and performances, we're definitely thinking about ways of bringing the two into conversation. And so taking the forms that we've digitally prototyped and figuring out ways of combining them in exhibition spaces with the actual glass objects that come out of the process. So we have to wait till they come out of the oven, of course, which is another different aspect of this process than the digital. And the other thing, of course, you can't just buy an extra hard drive when you get too many glass objects.
Optic molds are used by glassblowers to create textures and patterns in blown glass. Nowadays, most optic molds are made from aluminum, but in the good old days, they were often made from cast bronze. They come in different shapes and sizes, depending on their desired effect. To begin, a bubble is formed and is shaped into the rough contour of the inside of the optic mold. The bubble is then heated, inserted into the mold, and blown with force. The resulting bubble can then be shaped into whatever form the artist desires. Today we're going to make an optic twist cup. So the bubble is held at the end while the pipe is rolled on the bench. This creates a spiraling pattern in the glass. The cup is blown to form, puntied up on the bottom, trimmed, and then opened up. Powder is the smallest size of colored glass available and can be very versatile when used in the creation of artwork. Powder is made by crushing frit in a ball mill. When used like frit, the powder is rolled through, and the heat of the gather is enough to melt the color onto the surface. Powder can also be sifted onto the outside of a bubble or gather to create various densities of pigmentation and shading. The application of different color powders can create both abstract designs and naturalistic color patterns, such as the skin of animals. Powder can be melted smooth or left dry and cakey on the surface of the piece. The color in glass comes from adding various materials to the mixture of raw ingredients called batch. Most of the colorants are compounds containing some kind of metal. For example, adding cobalt to clear glass creates a deep blue. Tin and antimony can be used to create white glass, and gold chloride can produce a rich red or pink colored glass. Colored glass is melted in furnaces, just like clear glass, and then is usually rolled into bars for storage and easy application. In order to apply color bar to a bubble, we first need to preheat the color to approximately 950 or 1000 degrees Fahrenheit in a color oven or garage. Once warm, the color is then picked up on the end of a punty rod using a little bit of clear glass as a support. The color is then heated in the 2300 degree glory hole to soften it and make it malleable, while another artist creates a small bubble of clear glass on a blowpipe. Once warm, the color is dropped over the clear bubble, and then using a variety of hand tools or the steel marver, the color is rolled back over the clear in an even layer. This process is called dropping color, or creating a color overlay. Depending on the project, That bubble is then usually gathered over with clear glass and blown into the final form. The finished product may appear to be all made from colored glass, but when viewed in cross-section, we can see that there is only a thin layer of color sandwiched between many layers of clear glass.
My name is Michael Shunke. I'm from West Grove, Pennsylvania. It's a very, very small town, about an hour southwest of Philadelphia. My work as an artist who works with glass, the foundation of it is really in vessel making and in traditional craft. I learned to blow glass about 22 years ago. About a year into when I started, I had the opportunity to work with Lino. So the foundation of the actual process there is rooted in that Venetian technique. So I have this this link to craft and tradition that I don't want to break. I don't fight it, you know, it's part of who I am. I'm a goblet maker as well as a vessel maker, and I'm always going to do it. It's a big part of who I am. The inspiration for the Crucible series comes from a number of different places, but I spent a lot of time this past year in the city of Chicago. I went over to Millennium Park and I saw the bean. I think most people are familiar with the bean. And I had seen pictures of it, but I had never seen it in person. And it was really kind of an extraordinary experience because it was this object that was doing two things. It was drawing people in while simultaneously reflecting out. And that was a tipping point for me in thinking about these sculptures because the interiors of these, the cores, is something that is either mirrored or very highly polished brass that reflects outward. So it's the interior of the vessel being reflected outward and also reflecting whatever imagery or engraving is on the exterior of the vessel. You know, zeros about, you know, things being neutral and just trying to stay even-keeled about things, or tally marks. I did one when I turned 40 years old. I was thinking about, you know, time just moving by. That one's pretty big. That one's like that. In the series that I'm working on this week at the museum, the Crucible series, I feel these things are decidedly contemporary sculptures or objects, whatever you'd like to call them. But in the vessel making part of them, or the veil part of them, the exterior, is rooted very heavily in traditional glassmaking. While I'm pretty specific about how the shapes should look, I'm not really tied to them being exactly, you know, this size or this curve or this proportion. It just gives us a starting point of what I want to look for. You know, and I think as most people who are like rooted in a craft background might be, that these curves need to be constant, you know, no flat spots on the curves. You know, this can't be like that. And then conversely on this one that's more like an hourglass or a cooling tower, the shape has to always be moving in. So I'm constantly, you know, doing that. And then when we're on the putty and finishing the shape, Josie will actually assist me in, you know, looking at it and, you know, just pointing out an area that looks a little flat.
I think it looks good.
Okay. I have not worked here at the museum before. This is my first trip and hopefully not my last. Ben and Gabe and Nico are just the best help anybody could ask for. Back home I have one, maybe two guys helping me out. I'm doing a lot of the gathering and the lifting, so to relinquish that to them is really wonderful. These guys are super skilled and they know exactly what they're doing, so it lets me focus more on the finishing.
Here I'm just gonna run the paper on that a little bit, you know? Yeah, just that whole waist.
I'd just really like to thank the museum for the opportunity. It's really humbling, I'm really grateful, and I promise to make the most of it. Can I be free of this now? Awesome.
Charging the furnace is what we call filling the furnace up with glass. Glass cullet is washed clean and loaded into tubes for filling. Here at the museum, we don't use recycled bottles. Instead, we melt cullet that has been specifically designed to make blown glass art. The primary ingredient in glass is silica sand, or silicon dioxide. The other two main ingredients are soda, or sodium oxide, which lowers the melting temperature, and lime, or calcium oxide, to stabilize it. Once the cullet is loaded into the 2300-degree furnace, a rake is used to level the glass for even melting. The furnaces at the Museum of Glass hold approximately 1,000 pounds of clear molten glass and run continuously 24 hours a day, 7 days a week.
My name is Sarah Gilbert. I'm originally from Rochester, New York, but I've been out in Seattle for about 3 years now. I work here at the museum, usually as the lead hot shop technician, but for the next 3 days, I get the opportunity to work on my own work. I'm going to work on 3 basic ideas during the residency, one being the ship in the bottle, another is a pattern form, and the third, I call it X marks the spot. Most of my inspiration comes from my background in animation, so tying that into my work. Stories, I'm very inspired by stories and funny moments. I like a little bit of sarcasm. A few years ago, I got into the idea of mapping and using that as an inspiration. And through looking at old maps and reading stories, I got into the idea of a ship in a bottle and telling a story through that and kind of the disastrous moments that have happened through or on the water.
146, 47 degrees west. We have 4 persons on board. We're getting into life rafts here.
And I do them by casting the boat ahead of time and grinding and polishing that piece of glass bringing it back up to temperature and then using it as an inclusion in the blown glass. I like the challenge of the technique, but I also like that it carries a story with it. On the second day, I'm going to work on these pieces. I try to do these drawings. They're actually 2 size, and just to kind of give myself an idea of the kind of preparation or the cane. Each one of these drawings is a different kind of cane that needs to be pulled, and just try and get the color in my head. I've made a blow mold ahead of time that's this shape, so that I can create the same shape every single time and then hang them on the wall to create a pattern. On the third day, I plan to work on these pieces called X marks the spot. It's different layers of color that I grind through and make an X on them. And then they have motors behind them, and they lift off the wall and bounce on the wall. The idea is that they're marking a spot on the wall, like perhaps there's something behind it or not. Maybe it's nothing. It's pretty interesting to work with the team, Ben, Gabe, and Alex. Courtney Branham as well, who was kind enough to help me this week. It's a once-in-a-lifetime chance to work with a team that's been together for this long and works this cohesively together.
My name's Henry Johnson. I'm 12 years old. I enjoy music and art. The week the Museum of Glass opened, my parents became members, and I've been going there since I was born.
Henry's our oldest child, and from the beginning he liked to design things because he would come up with plans and build things and figure out how things work.
Exposing our kids early to art is a big priority in our family.
I really enjoyed the Glass Museum at all ages. Like when I was younger, it was just cool. So there's like fire and
Not only exposing them to art, but also to actually watch real artists making art.
Kids Design Glass is a program at the Museum of Glass where you're able to draw a picture and give it a name and a story about it. And then if your drawing is selected, it will be made into a piece of glass. Ever since I could really move a pen in my hand, I've been just doing drawings for the Kids Design Glass.
The kids, they get into the studio and they've got to come up with this idea because they really want their design to be chosen. It's helping trigger that initiative for kids. It's really making them think differently instead of something being spoon-fed to them. They're coming up with this original idea.
How many Kids Design Glass drawings do you think you've done?
30 to 40 drawings at least. Yeah. I was talking to him, he thinks it's a lot more than that, but I would say probably around 50.
Like 124 or something. Every time I go to the Glass Museum, to get there, I go over the bridge, and I always walk under the Bridge of Glass.
Bridge of Glass is secretly a car. I think that's what it is.
Kind of just looked at the Bridge of Glass and thought, what else could it be?
It was just out there, that if you kept doing it, maybe you'd get chosen.
Glass. I'm going to put all these, I'm assuming these are all the little things.
Gabe told me that they're excited that it would be fun to make the pieces of glass in the bottom of the bridge.
And I think there's a lot of mystery about art for kids. They only see the final product, they might go to a museum, but they don't really know how it became the piece that it is. And I think it's the neatest thing I've ever seen any museum do.
I think the coolest part of them creating my piece was they take clear glass, roll it in different color shards to create the pieces on the bottom of the Bridge of Glass.
So they're treating these kids who did these designs like world-class glass artists. They're the visiting artists, and they might be 12, but they're the artists, and they want to make sure that they're doing it exactly how that child envisioned it.
My drawing being selected for the Kids Design Glass program gave me confidence and pushed me to become like part of the Jason Lee Middle School Glass program.
I knew it.
What do you think, Henry?
Henry. I knew it would work.
He's so excited. So he's going to start doing the Hilltop Artist program where Monday through Thursday after school he'll go and he'll work in the hot shop.
Really enjoy like watching glass come together into pieces of glass, and like to be able to do that myself. I really wanted to like fulfill that.
It all started with that exposure, really young to the Glass Museum.
It'd be really easy for a museum to only focus on professional artists, not get involved in the kids, but
Whoa!
the Museum of Glass is creating a whole, many generations of people who love art and are connected and feel like art's something they can do.
Most people see Hilltop as a program. I see it more as like a family. I'm Maishan Cabrera. I'm originally from California, but I'm here in Tacoma now. Well, at first, I was a little stoked that we like moved, but then like reality kind of hit me, and like I kind of thought, I can't see my family anymore, and like it was kind of depressing at first. In California, art to us was just basically like drawings and paintings and stuff. We didn't see any sculpting or anything like that, and especially out of glass, I've never heard of that. When I saw it, I was like, I'm getting in this program as soon as possible. They said I could sign up, and I started the next day.
Hilltop Artists is a nonprofit organization founded in 1994 with the help of Dale Trujillo. It started off in a small wood shop, and now provides hot glass instruction to over 550 kids annually. I'm Trenton Kiocho, and I'm from Tacoma, Washington, born and raised. I was kind of getting in trouble with my mom, so she had me move in back with my dad in Tacoma. And first day of school, we were signing up for classes, and I noticed they had a glass program, and I was kind of curious about it. And I signed up for that class, and I've just been doing it ever since that day. Right now with the program, I'm actually a part-time instructor with the production team. So our hope with the Hilltop Artist program is that the kid leaves with a little bit more self-esteem, a little more confidence to pursue their goals, whether it be glass blowing or anything else that they'd want to pursue. Our mentors at Hilltop focus on increasing student academic success and interpersonal success. We all have our own issues outside of work, but I think for those 3 hours we get to come together and be a part of a team and be a part of something else. So our focus this week at MOG is to produce a body of work for our upcoming luncheon fundraiser that will happen October 7th. And all this money that we're going to raise from this luncheon is going to go back into the program to help fund the cost.
There's 3 of us on the floor, 3 people from the MOG Hot Shop team, and we're using the kids to help us make their auction pieces.
Just in these 2 days, I've learned so much. Just they help you. If they see something they can help you with, they're like, oh, do this. I'm rolling up cane, and they told me, hey, roll up cane towards you, hotter, keep it. Simple stuff that I probably thought about in my head, but I'm like, oh, I don't know if I should do this. Might be doing it wrong. But then they're like, do this, and it becomes easier. There is no limit to your imagination. You can do anything. Glass is just an example of it. There's always new techniques. People always say, oh, there's nothing new. There's always something new. In glass, I can work with somebody one day, I can learn a new technique.
I wish there was something like that when I was growing up. I could have really used this, and now for me to be, on the side where I'm actually helping these kids, it's really rewarding, and I've never felt like I was a role model, and I definitely feel like I am now. So I'm trying to take that and own it, I guess.
When I see the pieces in the museum, it kind of makes me want to be that person. I want someone to see something of mine and be shocked and surprised in how it's so detailed and colorful and big.
I'm Catherine Gray, and I live in Los Angeles, California. I'm originally from Toronto, Canada. Lived and worked in Seattle for about 5 or 6 years, and then the last 15 years I've been teaching at Cal State San Bernardino in California. I love my job, I love teaching, but I feel sometimes pretty isolated from other glass blowers and glass artists, so the chance to come here and work with a bunch of really skilled, amazing artists and craftspeople is a really great opportunity for me to kind of just get that injection of technique and inquiry and support, I sometimes long for. I have really great students, don't get me wrong, but I feel like when I'm working most of the time, I'm, a teacher a lot. And so it's really great to be here and just, actually be a student too, to be able to learn from other people and see how other people do things. I miss that in my job, so this is really awesome. I also, just having a big crew like this really is, opens a lot of doors for not just scale, but just trying different things. I have a pretty finite amount of time and, smaller glory hole and all that kind of stuff that can be limiting at times. And so having access to all of that here can really be pretty awesome.
Oh, good. Did my fingernails. I'm Dick Marquis, Richard Marquis. I live in the Pacific Northwest. I've been 30 years on Whidbey Island. Been like 46 years blowing glass, and I have a fairly short span of attention, so I keep changing what I'm doing. And over that period of time, I've probably made, a couple thousand objects, and they don't often relate to each other. The last few years I've been working on this process called granulare, which is this lumpy, Italian lumpy ware. And that's what I've been working on the last few years, and that's what I'm sort of concentrating on here at the museum.
And here we go, rolling up the Marini around that glass tube.
This has every color I've got over there, so it's a compatibility test. It's actually making something I need.
Okay.
Yeah. That'd be the clear. Yeah, I think it'll only probably be like this size. Granulare in Italian means granular or lumpy. And then what it is like this piece here, it's some hard glass, hard white glass surrounded by a soft glass of another color. And when you blow it out, it just becomes bumpy. It's sort of like blowing chewing gum with BBs in it, and BBs stay hard, and that's what I've been working with for a long time. And then it's something that's not exactly pretty. That's one reason I'm interested in it.
Yeah.
Very odd object, like a studded tire.
Yeah.
All my whole life I've collected things, and I've never had enough money to collect really nice things. So I sort of have this collection of beat up objects that I like to arrange and play with. And sometimes I try to make something that's really lowbrow, try to turn into more of a highbrow item. It's hard to tell by some of the shapes I make that I actually know a lot about classic forms, because I've been there and done that, and now I'm interested in doing these more like primitive shapes, primitive forms. Okay, these guys are very cartoony. They're called cartoon cars, and they just sort of developed from some of the other work I did.
And here we go. Get our visiting artist, Richard Marquis.
I don't want to make anything here that I can't make myself. So I'm sort of limiting the scale I'm working at, and I'm just trying to streamline a couple processes I've been working on and experiment with a couple other shapes I'm interested in. And I've only made one of these things before putting it together hot. And so, and it was really hard to do, so I'm trying to streamline that process and see if we get 2 or 3 good ones. That's the most important thing. Then I'm making some other shapes that I'm interested in working with later. I won't finish anything here at the museum. It'll all be taken back to my shop, and I'll add things to it, and I'll knock back the shiny glass and make it duller, and just sort of, I'm not sure what I'll do with it. No, let's just sort of see what happens. Okay, now we'll torch that area. Good. I spent the last 9 days at my shop making the cane, preparing for this. And if we were really efficient and went really fast, we'd go through it all in 3 days. I don't want to go through it in 3 days. I want it to last a while. It looks good. Somebody should suit up. So we're going to sort of, make sure we make really nice ones. Nice job, yeah. Nice job.
muscles.
separate layers until it's happened.
Yeah, 2 and 2, yeah.
So we'll go 2 here, 2 there.
Will there be enough gap in the middle, I guess, is what I'm asking?
I think so.
Okay.
Yeah.
You have one museum.
No, I.
It's mostly because I don't really like scary movies in general, and yes, I like all movies is a scary movie.
The first one's scary. Moved, huh? Stop. Stop. Okay, we'll go to the paper cap. Oh, that's good. That's perfect. All the way to there. Let's paddle again. Sorry, hi, Sophie. Good. Okay. Yeah, that just comes out a little. I mean, is there somewhere, should
Like
you want
maybe
them
an
like
inch above,
opposite
an
of-
inch above. I don't think it has to be in the same area. It shouldn't be at the same area as that, just so that stuff. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm good. Hold on.
Can it get any softer, or are you said you're afraid of it?
Take it.
Well, we welcome everyone to the Museum of Glass on this wonderful Friday. We are here with our Hot Shot staff that will be putting together a vessel for us. The vessel that's made here today will eventually make its way to the museum store in support of the museum. With that said, let's break down today's project. My name is David. If you have any questions, please let me know. Raise your hand, shout my name. I'll be roaming throughout the museum. All right. Well, for today's demonstration, we are going to be working with a little bit of color. On the pedestals, we have just mostly clear glass, and we are melting specifically clear glass in each of our furnace. Well, let's introduce the one we are using, the one on our right-hand side. As we see, one of our makers, Sarah, has stepped in front of our furnace to take the first collection of material. Oftentimes, we refer to what we're making by the amount of gathers that we take. A gather is just a collection of glass. Now, the glass will collect because of its viscosity. Because of its thickness, it allows us to wind it up on the end of the rod. So there's two ways we can introduce a bubble to our mass. We can just stand here and blow a lot of air until eventually we build up the air pressure that our lungs pierce the glass because of that pressure built inside of the heat. Or the advanced method, which we just saw. Sarah blows a lot of air. Her finger goes over the blowpipe hole. There's no place for that air to escape, which means it needs to continue to expand because of that heat inside of the blowpipe. Throughout today's demonstration, we are going to be doing some unique filming with some special lighting. I would recommend the top portion of the museum, as it's my personal favorite place to hang out at the museum and view the demonstration. It looks like they're walking around with like light bulbs, but that's just it's the heat of the glass that we're seeing. Over 2,000 degrees Fahrenheit. Maybe we can break down the temperatures here shortly. But let's first do the coloring application. We have our starting bubble. Our next teammate has the solid color that we're going to be applying. Color is just made by adding different metal oxides of the periodic table. Now, it's more cost efficient if we just do a layer of color rather than being solid color. And there's a few different reasons why. But most of the glass that you see in the gallery and in our store is just a thin layer of color. It's that optical illusion that glass has that will really capture that thin layer of color. All right. Well, the solid color bar originally comes to us in a bar form, and depending on what we're making, we can use the whole thing or we can just use an inch. This is how we determine the density of the color. But usually with the color left over, we can either toss it or we can make a small figurine out of it. So as Sarah continues to push that color layer evenly around the bubble, let's zoom in to our center bench. So our glass is formulated to stay at this state, at this malleable state for a longer period of time. Well, if our horse is left out in the open, it's just going to get too cold too quickly, and it'll end up breaking. So if we want to keep our small figurines, we place them in a cooling oven, like our garage. This is at 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. It's where we have all of today's color loaded as well. When we turn on all our lights again, we have a chalk drawing on our floor of the outline of the shape that we wish to make today. Well, our color layer has been completed, so it's now time to add the necessary mass of material. So we will usually repeat this process of gathering until we have enough material. Now, after every gather, we follow the same basic steps of condensing the bubble, making sure that everything looks symmetrical. Yes. Oh, so with the glass, why does it maintain its shape when it's done? Oh, all right. So, like our pony here, it was malleable for about a minute and a half, and then it becomes a solid. So, glass doesn't have necessarily a melting point. It has a softening point, depending on the thickness of the glass. In addition, glass is what we refer to as an amorphous solid. So, depending on its environment, dictate how the material will act. There's some scholars that believe that glass should be in its own state of matter as the glassiest state, because even though it is solid, has yet to form a crystalline structure. So theoretically, it's still a liquid, even though it's solid at this point. I find that just incredible about glass. Well, besides using our wooden block, we also just have a wet pad and newspaper available. And we prefer to use the newspaper pads because they don't steal as much heat as other techniques do. And this is a little bit of the actual glass blowing portion. You'll notice our teammate Nick is blowing about 1 or 2 psi. About the same air pressure that you use to blow out a candle. And actually, for our coloring application, we've created a fade, so it should get lighter. This gray color we've chosen should get lighter towards the base. So each of our team members have a specific role in our demonstration. Earlier we met Sarah as she started our project and colored it. We now pass it off to Gabe. I will often refer to Gabe as the gaffer. The gaffer is just the person who's in charge of actually making the piece. So after this, the rest of the demonstration will be occurring in the center of the studio. We're like a production line. We begin on the sides, but we conclude in the center. And just like the previous steps, we're following the same basic rules. So once again, the area that we're newspapering is the area that will remain thicker. Usually we like to paper the very bottom of the bubble, which will become the base of it. Well, using one of our tools, we are going to create a neck for our vessel, and as well just as a constriction, a break-off point that will separate all the usable glass from the steel rod. Well, if you have any questions, please feel free to ask me. But one of the design details that our team wanted to add was an interior fold. That process has just been completed. Now that we've applied that pattern or the design, we can go back and get the actual overall design. And the bottom one or the bottom ball will almost look like a sphere when completed. Now again, the newspaper pad is really going to steal heat away from the glass, so usually that area is the area that will remain thicker. Oh, and really here on the top balcony, you can even just hear that communication going on between our gaffer and his team. When we're blowing air through the blowpipe, it's more about the heat of the glass rather than how hard we're blowing. So the chamber in the center is about 2,300 degrees Fahrenheit, but it has an uneven heat. So usually we prefer to use our torches to maintain our temperature. Well, using just some fruit wood, we produce a flat base. Well, it's now time to work on the top half, the top portion of our vessel. Well, it's now time to transfer our object to its next working rod. This new handle that was applied is only temporary, so it will break later on in the demonstration. I would say we're about 3/4 of the way complete with today's vessel. So the team produced almost like a weird piece on the end. I like to call it a flower, but either way, that's all the thick glass that's in our vessel. So here shortly, we can tap that away. Since it is colored, unfortunately, we cannot reuse it. But if it's clear glass, it can be reused on a later date. Well, this flame packs a punch. It's one of the hottest pieces of equipment on our studio at 4,500 degrees Fahrenheit. We use this torch to isolate the heat. It seems like the team wants to add an additional fold in that area. Earlier, the team did an interior fold, so let's do an exterior fold this time around. To introduce air, we're just using a metal straw. Well, the area that we're torching is the area that's always absorbing the least amount of heat. And we have the rod in that area. So the steel rod is constantly stealing heat. It's made out of a stainless steel alloy, so it's a poor conductor of heat. For all our audience that joined us a little later in our demonstration, the true color of the glass will come back when it's completely cool. Right now we're seeing a lot of hues of red and orange. That is that's the heat of the glass, not the real color we're working with. Well, our vessel is just about complete. So the final step that we take here in our studio is to eliminate the stress that can cause it to break and crack. So if it's left out in the open, it just breaks. We will place it inside of our cooling oven, which is sitting at 890 degrees, and it will be the home of everything produced here today. When we add a little bit of water to the end of our weak spot on the rod, and with a tap, it will release at its weakest point. Since this piece will be held in our store, we are going to remove any sharp edge that's on the bottom with our intense flame. Well, here comes the tap, and this piece is complete. What a success. Let's give our Hot Shop staff, our gaffer, Gabe, a round of applause. Incredible job. Our vessels will cool down overnight tomorrow morning. Did you get a good look in there? Okay, good. We can open it later on here if you want to take a peek at it. And we'll have to keep it short. If you're heading out of here, thank you so much for stopping by. We are going to start our next one here very shortly, and I can jump in on this next one and really break down the processes that we go through to create some beautiful hand-blown artwork. But as we're transitioning over, do we have any questions that we may have about what we just saw? Oh, so where are they getting the beginning glass? Is there a pot of this? Well, let's find out right now. Nick just took a collection of the first gather of glass. If I open this door, it just looks red and orange inside, but let's simplify it. Let's get a diagram here on our big screen. In our diagram, we'll notice that there's just a giant crucible, yes, ceramic pot, that's heated up all year around. If we turn off our furnace right now, it takes a week to cool down, another week to heat up. So instead of wasting 2 weeks, we leave them on all year around. Their lifespan is roughly about 10 years before we replace the crucible and then repeat that process for another decade. So these furnaces have the heart of a champion. Let's show our diagram of our reheating chamber. So right next door, we have a glory hole. It's slightly hotter than the actual furnace at 2,300 degrees Fahrenheit. Key difference, there's no glass, just fire and heat. Essentially, it's just a barrel on its side, lined with a insulator. All right, well, it looks like we're going to begin with the coloring application. Color is made by adding different metals from the periodic table of elements. We purchase our color here at the museum rather than buying it, but we can buy it or we can make it. I'm going to hand this out. You guys can view it, check it out. We can keep it here in the first row. So what's your favorite color? You guys have a favorite color? Red, you like red? So, ooh, that's expensive. Green, oh, that's the cheap stuff. So that's pretty good. Teal's a good mix. But red glass is made by adding actual gold oxide. So like maybe a gold ring, throw that inside the furnace and bam, red glass. Beautiful, but it's super expensive. So instead of going that way, because we would be stuck with the single color, we melt clear glass and purchase our colored glass, and we can color everything individually. In our history, we have made color once, and it lasted us about a month, and we only made 600 pounds of it. All right, so our teammate here in the center, he has a solid color. He's making it more malleable. We'll give him some time. It's just going to look red and orange. Its real color will come back later on. On our right-hand side of the studio, we have Sarah. She's going to start off by introducing a bubble into her massive glass. So the rod that she's working with is made out of a stainless steel alloy. And we'll notice that that rod goes from its shininess to its dull gray towards the tip. And usually we keep our hands where the rod is still shiny, not where it's discolored. And we can hear that. She just pressurized that blowpipe, so she blew a lot of air. She then placed her finger over that hole. Because of the heat and the pressure, the bubble or the air needs to continue to expand. And it's not going to pierce Sarah's finger. It's going to pierce the softer material, which is the glass. Welcome, everyone. Thanks for joining us. Plus, during today's demonstration, we will be having some unique lighting as our team is doing some promotional filming. So the different colors, does it change the way that it reacts to the heat? It sure does. Just like walking outside on a sunny day, either wearing a black t-shirt or a white t-shirt, you absorb energy at different rates. The same thing can be said about our glass. Something like this where we have clear with a floating section of green, that's pretty difficult because that green glass is going to heat up faster than everything else. Do you put it in different parts of the oven to control it? You can, and some of our makers do, but that's getting really advanced to glass making. But yes, we do that. All right, so let's complete our coloring application. We have our clear bubble, we have our color, we take it, we present it, and then Sarah's job is to spread that color. Depending on the density, for today's demonstration, we're looking for a color fade. So we want it to get darker as it gets taller. So we have a little bit of color left over, folks, so we can either just toss it, or we can maybe make a small figurine. So let's focus our camera on the center as our team completes our coloring application on the right-hand side. And we'll notice that our glass is rapidly losing its heat. We have about a minute and a half to 2 minutes before that glass completely becomes a solid. And it's about repetition. I've seen Nick make an amazing corgi as well. Every time I try to make some ponies, they like to say they look like racing pigs. Nothing like what he makes yet. I think I need to practice a few hundred more times. All right, but just like our last vessel that we made, if it stays out in the open, it will break because of the air. So let's eliminate the stress by cooling it slowly overnight. And for this reason, we cannot give any glass away that ends up on the ground. Oftentimes I get asked about maybe I'm giving away some souvenirs, but that glass is all a ticking time bomb. It may not be violent, but it will break at one point in its history. Now, we prefer to start off with the chamber on the right-hand side simply because it's smaller than the main one in the center. And oftentimes, we're not directly staring inside. Rather, there's a screen mesh on our shield that will reduce a lot of the heat and the glare. Well, in glass making, there's always a lot of waiting. We wait for the glass to heat up, as we also wait for it just to cool down. We wait for a little bit, stabilizes that core, we can just end up gathering more material. Yes, we just keep rolling it over additional glass, and this is how we just increase the scale of it. It has the viscosity of like warm honey, so you know when you're eating pancakes or waffles in the morning and the honey keeps sticking to your fork and knife. Viscosity, same thing with our glass here. And this is some of the actual glass blowing, but glass blowing is very misleading. We're not always blowing air through a blowpipe. Maybe 15, 20% of the actual demonstration, although very critical. So we notice there's a lot of clear glass on the top of it. This is how we're going to get our color fade. I mentioned earlier, whenever we blow air through the blowpipe, it takes the path of least resistance. So wherever the bubble is hotter, well, Sarah just made a hot spot by placing all that clear glass on the top. The baking soda. Okay, so we heard a little bit on this side, so let's explain. So we noticed that there's a lot of air bubbles in our glass. Now, we consider air bubbles as in impurities, but this time around, we wish to apply it and add more of them to add to the effect of it. So the way that we're going to add a lot of air bubbles is we're just going to apply some baking soda, some Arm & Hammer. That baking soda, when placed in a heated environment, will release oxygen, and those oxygen bubbles are trapped in the matrix of the glass. It's going to be very condensed at the beginning, but when it's expanded, we'll see all those minute details, all those minute bubbles. And whenever we're working with like baking soda or anything that's a powder, we always do it in a safe environment where we have an HVAC and we can eliminate any of those particles that go up into the air. Okay, so talking about safety, do we use metals like cadmium? So this is a pretty big conversation because this is a big thing that's going on here in the United States. There's a lot of rare earth metals that are being banned. Colors are typically not made here in the United States, especially like reds and stuff like that outside the United States. So Nick is on this, and our teammate, he's blowing air through that blowpipe. So each teammate has a specific role in the demonstration. Let's start off with a gaffer. The gaffer takes a seat at the center. He's in charge. We then follow an assistant, which is Nick. Nick's job is to protect the gaffer, ensure that he can complete his job. Lastly, we have Sarah, who's taking a lot of these heats, who are breaking up the workload among everyone else. Glassmaking is always done as a team. You need at least a team of 3 to complete most artwork. So we oftentimes use beeswax on our tools to prevent us from scratching the surface. If we see flames, it's oftentimes just the beeswax. Well, we squeezed down a constriction and then we folded the glass back on itself. This is just an interior fold. It's today's design and it's kind of a technique that we're just practicing or experimenting with. And our team is working on a new product line that will make its way to the museum store. So the key difference between the steel table and the newspaper pad is that this table is very aggressive. It steals a lot of heat from the glass. And we usually use this steel table on the area that we just wish to remain thicker, which is just usually the bottom half of the bubble. So just because Gabe is the gaffer today doesn't mean he's always the gaffer. If you join us next week or the following week, you may see a different member in charge. Oh, so does the density of the glass is it different throughout the vessel? The thickness should be all relatively the same, and that's what makes it. Or because of the rotation, it sure is. But when we first had our bubble and it was very small, we went back and we condensed it so many times. And you're taught as a glassmaker that if it looks symmetrical at its smallest point, it will also be symmetrical when it's all blown out. Yes. That's a tough one. I don't even know where to answer that one. So what is Nick doing here? He gathered glass on a new rod. He cooled it down. So Nick is shaping a punty. The punty is our fancy term for the new transfer rod. It's a new handle that will be applied. It's only temporary though, so it needs to break off in like 10 minutes when we're done. And I would say creating the punty is like one of the most difficult jobs because it's all on you. If it's not brought over right, your piece is just going to break. So when you're first learning to work with glass, most of your pieces break. Whenever we add a punty, usually means we're about 3/4 of the way complete. We add a little bit of water to the weakest spot, and then by tapping it, the vibrations cause the glass to break free. So it has a light a light green hue right now, but that's still misleading right there. I know that blue glass looks green when it's hot, and then green glass looks blue when it's hot. So it's not true to its color quite yet. So we're just slowly going to work our way up the neck. To introduce some more air, we're using a metal straw with a cone flare. Now the very top of our vessel contains a lot of thick glass, simply because the rod was in that area and the rod doesn't allow the bubble to expand as the rest of the bubble does. So we're going to pull our thick glass off and then eventually just remove it off. So we do have a drawing on our studio floor, but I don't want to point it out too much because it's super dark and we can't really see it. I should probably color it or something. And just as a heads up, everything that's viewed on the big screen, we live stream through our website and YouTube channel. So you can always feel free to check it out, see what we're up to. Every day is a different project here at the Museum of Glass. If you're unfamiliar how we operate, annually we host 40 visiting artists from across the globe. We have a visiting artist joining us next week, James Mongrain and Jeff Zimmerman, taking over the Museum of Glass. Incredible makers, just incredible. Real talent down here. And it's up to our professional team that we see here in front of us to translate all of our visiting artists' ideas into reality. Some of the visiting artists are professional glassblowers. Some of them have never worked with our medium before. Well, it looks like our vessel is just about complete. We'll place it inside of our annealer. If you want to check out the rest of the work, I would recommend you hang out in this area, but it is now time to release it from its working rod. Well, quickly, we only have about a few seconds to leave it open, so everything else doesn't break or crack. Pretty busy day, correct? Well, what a beautiful piece. Let's give a round of applause to our Hot Shop staff, our gaffer today, Gabe Feenan. Well, we are going to be transitioning over here. We asked for a few minutes as we will begin our next upcoming project. And we are the mecca of glass blowing as well. So per capita, there's more of us here than there is anywhere else. I have some of my best friends, they've moved out here from all over the States to continue their career in glass. This is the area you go to. Sweet. Well, let's just really catch us up to the step that we're at right now. I would say we're about half the way complete with our vessel. So our glass started off inside of a furnace. Our furnace holds 1,000 pounds of glass on the right. Same temperature as lava, by the way. So 2,100 degrees Fahrenheit. We dip the rod inside, we turn it, we wind it, and we could collect a layer of that material. We are working with colored glass. Inside of our furnace, there's only clear material. If we wish to apply color, that material is added separately, but the material is made by just adding different metals from the periodic table of elements. Well, Gabe, do we know what color this will become? Is this that gray, that light gray? Olive green. But it will be misleading throughout the demonstration. It will look red and orange, but that won't be the real color. Its true color will come back once it's stabilized and cooled down. So, right before you entered the museum, we created this interior fold on this section. Gabe wants to repeat that. He wants another one. He wants 2 of them on today's vessel. Welcome, everyone. Thanks for joining us. Well, we have a variety of different flames. The flame in the center is about 2,300 degrees Fahrenheit, but oftentimes we use the propane torch just to preheat the area we wish to work on next. Although I say that oven is at 2,300 degrees, it has an uneven heat. So this is a little bit of the actual glass blowing portion. By the way, glass blowing is very misleading. We only blow about 15 to 20% of the actual demonstration. Although it's very critical, we're not always blowing. A better term would be glass making, but it just happens to be that this term glass blowing really stuck with our medium. So usually, or we're using a wet pad of newspaper to just kind of control how the bubble expands. It's just plain old newspaper. But if we're lucky, it lasts us a week. Usually it doesn't, though. It's fine. We have plenty of newspaper to burn through. So now I would say we're about 3/4 of the way complete. All we really need to do is just focus our attention on the neck area. To do that, we are going to be adding a new handle. So a transfer rod is going to be attached, and we can say goodbye to our blowpipe. And once again, we have a chalk drawing down on our floor, but it's almost gone. Here we go. Here's the chalk. I was just telling Gabe it looks quite exactly like that drawing, so he's doing an excellent job. And usually this is what we like to do. Glassmakers love to see a silhouette of what the piece should look like. So oftentimes we like to remove just a few, maybe an inch from the top portion of that, just because the rod or the blowpipe was in that area at one point, and usually that area is very thick. So we like to even out the thickness, make sure it's relative to one another. Well, we're getting a taste of the color that we're working with. But it will look a lot more brighter. It will pop more when it's cooled down. It's still too dark. Either way, we intend to keep it. So we're going to place it inside of our cooling oven. Inside of here, we have everything that we've been working on today. If you want to take a look, you can hang out here, but we can only keep it open when we load the stuff in there. If we keep it open too long, we can just potentially break everything. Either way, it's sitting at 890 degrees, and it'll be the home of everything produced here today. Yeah, and this side's going to be good. I'm going to be opening it towards this side. And I think we probably will take a short break after this and then create our last piece of the day. Since this piece is going to be held in-house, we're going to potentially sell it later on here. We're going to remove any sharp edge with a touch of that hot torch. Yes, it will for the next 12 and a half hours. Well, I'm not entirely sure what color we're working with, but the bright red and orange, it's just the intense heat we're working with. There's a lot of thick glass on the top portion of that neck, so we're just removing it. There's a lot of thick glass that ends up on the studio floor. It can be reused and recycled on a later date, but it's just contaminated with colored glass. So the heat of our chamber in the center is about 2,300 degrees Fahrenheit, which allows us to get the glass malleable enough for us to continue to work. Our glass is formulated to stay at this malleability state for a longer period of time. So we've done a lot of pulling and tugging on this neck area. So this kind of transition area has gotten a little weird on us. We want to round it back out again. So we're going to use a metal straw since there is no blowpipe this time around. It does throughout the process. So it's about adjusting the small details. So we just preheated that top portion of that sphere where we wish for it to expand. Now it can go from our store to our gallery. Well, it seems like this one's just not going to make it, so it's completely fine. As a glassmaker, things don't always make it. This one just ends up being a floor model, but hey, we made some other ones that were just perfect. That was the smallest out of all of them we've made. So either way, fantastic job by our hot shop staff. They went through the motions. They did an excellent job on that. So can we reuse that? Theoretically, we can reuse that glass, but here at the museum, we only melt clear glass, so we tend to just sweep it away. Just a small cup, all right? So we won't make a full-on vessel. We'll just make a nice drinking glass. What are you thinking, Gabe? A Pilsner, a whiskey glass, tumbler, twisty, a twisty cup. Okay. Well, let's conclude our demonstration strong. Ooh, football. And that's the real color we've been working with. That is a really nice blue, Gabe. You chose out a beautiful color. Copper blue. So colors in glass are made by adding different metal oxides of the periodic table. As we can tell, this blue is specifically made by adding cobalt. Or I'm sorry, copper. We can also make blue by adding cobalt. Green glass is chromium or iron, and just different metals. For our next piece, we're not going to use color. We're just going to use strictly clear. We are melting 1,000 pounds of clear inside of each of our furnace, and we intend to keep it that way. So we're just going to be making a small twisty cup. It's going to be a lightweight cup to complete our demonstration. Yes, we have 1,000 pounds of our high-end glass inside of each of our furnaces. And let's break down our demonstration. We can get some diagrams of the ovens we are using. So on our big screen, we start off with our furnace, where the glass actually resides. And we have our furnace on the left that's running low on glass, so we're in the process of charging it. Our glass that we are using is brought to us from North Carolina. Out in North Carolina, they're making some amazing glass for glass blowers. They sell this internationally. We've tried different makers, but we find that this American spruce pine glass is just excellent quality. All right, well, we place the glass inside of an optic mold. Well, notice we have a ton of optic molds to choose from. And this is how we can change the texture. Maybe if you want more of those ridges or maybe you want less of them, we have them. So it's up to the designer what style they want. Let's try that once more. So, by the way, the cup that we're making here, every year the Museum of Glass has a contest, and we invite glass makers from across the United States and the globe to make a twisty cup. During our competition, I believe you only have 5 minutes to produce a cup, one of these cups. The judges are judging on the amount of ridges, if the ridges stay crisp and clean, and if there's still texture. This cup can be made by like beginners, but oftentimes they melt away the ridges. We want to be able to hear those ridges. They should stay clean and crisp. So a lot of things have to happen at once. We're stretching to achieve the length, and we're blowing at the same time to prevent our bubble from collapsing on itself. So it's these twisted ridges that give our cup stability, and that allows us to produce a paper-thin cup. This cup is not going to weigh anything. It's going to weigh about a feather. All right, well, it's now time to just work on the opposite side, so we bring over a transfer rod. This rod is only temporary. It needs to break off in a few minutes when we're complete. There's a lot of flipping back and forth. All right, so Does the glass ever fall into the oven? If you're an amateur in the beginning, yeah, that has happened to me. That is definitely bad. So glass is very corrosive to the equipment, by the way, too. So a small crack just gets larger and larger when glass flows on the inside. So if glass does fall inside, we try to remove it as quickly as possible. That's going to scare me at one point. So, but what are the paddles that they're using that are made out of wood? So they're just used to ensure that we have a flat bottom, that the top is parallel, or even just to shield our makers from the radiating heat. And we pretty much only use like cherry wood, fruit wood. It lasts longer in our studio. In addition, it smells like a barbecue when we do burn it, so it's always an added bonus. Well, everyone, this is going to be wrapping up our demonstration as our day has concluded. We worked on so many projects here today. We will be loading all of our artwork inside of our annealer. Our annealer, right side. Our annealer sitting at 890 degrees. You're going to get a really good view of all the artwork that was made earlier today. Ooh, we got a good amount of stuff in there. Well, every day is like Christmas for us. We get to open up a box and feel and touch all the wonderful artwork created that previous day. But this does conclude our afternoon live glass blowing demonstration from everyone here, from our staff and our crew. We thank you for hanging out with us throughout our demonstration. My name is David. I will stick around and answer any last few questions as we shut down our studio. But thank you, everyone. You have a wonderful day or afternoon. The museum will be closing in about eight or so minutes. Yeah, 8 or so minutes. So sweet.